Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The frozen north whispered ancient secrets as the first snowflakes of winter danced on the icy winds. In the heart of Winterfell, young Lyanna Stark stood atop the battlements, her piercing gray eyes scanning the horizon. The weight of her family's legacy hung heavy on her shoulders, a burden she had never asked for, but was destined to bear. As the last rays of sunlight faded, casting long shadows across the courtyard, a raven arrived bearing tidings that would change the fate of the Seven Kingdoms forever. With trembling hands, Lyanna unrolled the scroll, her eyes widening as she read the cryptic message. The long night approaches. The others rise. Only the sword of dawn can save us all. Lyanna's heart raced as she descended the winding stone staircase, her footsteps echoing through the ancient halls of Winterfell. She burst into the great hall, where her father, Lord Eddard Stark, sat brooding by the roaring hearth. "Father," she called, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her heart. "The prophecy. It's coming true." Lord Eddard's weathered face grew grim as he read the message. "The Sword of Dawn," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "A legend lost to time, but if the others truly rise," Lyanna's eyes blazed with determination. "I'll find it, father. I must." The Lord of Winterfell studied his daughter, pride and worry warring in his heart. "The road will be perilous, my child. The realm teeters on the edge of chaos, and winter is coming. I am a Stark of Winterfell," Lyanna declared, drawing herself up to her full height. "I do not fear the cold." As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Lyanna rode forth from Winterfell, her loyal direwolf shadow padding silently beside her. The weight of her quest pressed upon her as she journeyed south, seeking answers in the vast libraries of the Citadel and the whispered rumors of travelers and merchants. Her search led her to the smoking ruins of Summerhall, where tragedy had once befallen the Targaryen dynasty. As she picked her way through the crumbling stones, a flash of silver caught her eye. There, half buried in the ashes, lay a dragon egg, its scaled surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. As Lyanna reached for the egg, a voice rang out, cold and clear as a mountain stream. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you, wolf girl." She spun around, hand flying to the hilt of her sword. Before her stood a man with hair of silver and eyes of amethyst, unmistakably a Targaryen. "Who are you?" Lyanna demanded, her voice steady despite her racing heart. The man's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Demon Targaryen at your service. Exiled prince, last of the Dragon Lords. And the one man who can help you find what you seek." Lyanna's eyes narrowed. "And why should I trust you?" Demon's expression grew serious. "Because, Lyanna Stark, the fate of the realm hangs in the balance. The long night comes, and with it, the others. We need the Sword of Dawn, and we need dragons." As they made camp that night, Demon revealed the dark secrets that had led to his exile. "My family's madness runs deep," he confessed, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "I fled to escape it, to break the cycle. But now I fear we may need the touch of madness to save us all." Lyanna studied him, seeing the weight of his family's legacy mirrored in her own. "Then we'll face it together," she said softly. Stark and Targaryen, ice and fire united against the darkness. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of the Seven Kingdoms and beyond. They braved the treacherous waters of the Bight, where they narrowly escaped the clutches of a kraken. In the haunted forests of the Isle of Faces, they sought the wisdom of the last green seers, their ancient voices whispering of a power hidden in the heart of winter. As they traveled, the dragon egg pulsed with life, growing warmer with each passing day. Lyanna found herself drawn to it, feeling the stirring of an ancient magic in her blood. Their quest led them to the Frostfangs, where icy winds howled through jagged peaks. There, in a cave of glittering ice, they found an old man with eyes as blue as sapphires, the last of the walkers who had chosen to remain human. "You seek the Sword of Dawn," he said, his voice like cracking ice. "But are you prepared for the price it demands?" Lyanna stepped forward, her chin held high. "I am," the old man nodded slowly. "Then listen well, for the sword is not a weapon of steel, but of sacrifice. It is forged in the heart of a hero, tempered by love and duty." As they left the cave, a storm of epic proportions descended upon them. Lightning split the sky, and thunder shook the very foundations of the mountain. In the chaos, Lyanna and Demon became separated. Lyanna pressed on, battling through wind and snow, shadow at her side. As she reached the peak of the highest mountain, she saw a figure in the distance, Demon, struggling against the elements, the dragon egg clutched to his chest. Their eyes met across the expanse, and in that moment, Lyanna understood. The Sword of Dawn was not a physical weapon, but the power of unity, Stark and Targaryen, ice and fire, coming together to face the darkness. With a cry that echoed through the mountains, Lyanna raced toward Demon. As their hands clasped, a blinding light erupted from the dragon egg. The shell cracked, revealing a creature of legend, a dragon with scales of ice and eyes of flame. The storm abated, and as they stood atop the mountain, Lyanna and Demon knew their true journey was just beginning. They had awakened a power long dormant, but the threat of the others still loomed. "We must return to Winterfell," Lyanna said, her voice filled with newfound purpose. "To rally the North and prepare for the battle to come." Demon nodded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "And I suppose I'll have to face my family's legacy at last. The realm will need all the dragons it can muster." As they descended the mountain, the young dragon soaring above them, Lyanna felt a sense of hope she had not known since beginning her quest. The path ahead was fraught with danger. They would face the suspicions of the North, the machinations of the southern courts, and the terrifying might of the others. But together, bound by a prophecy and a shared destiny, they had kindled a flame that could push back the long night. The journey back to Winterfell was arduous, but word of their coming spread like wildfire. Lords and small folk alike gathered to catch a glimpse of the Stark girl who had returned with a Targaryen prince and a dragon of ice and fire. As they approached the gates of Winterfell, Lyanna saw her father standing on the battlements, his face a mixture of relief and apprehension. She knew that convincing all of the North of the threat that was coming would be no easy task. But as she felt the warmth of the dragon at her back and saw the determination in Demon's eyes, she knew they would face whatever challenges lay ahead together. The fate of the Seven Kingdoms hung in the balance, but Lyanna Stark, daughter of the North, and Demon Targaryen, exiled prince of a fallen dynasty, stood ready to meet it. They had forged a bond stronger than steel, awakened magic long forgotten, and kindled a flame of hope in the coming darkness. As the gates of Winterfell opened to receive them, Lyanna took a deep breath, steeling herself for the battles to come, not just against the others, but against doubt, fear, and the weight of history itself. The Sword of Dawn may not have been a physical weapon, but in unity, in the joining of ice and fire, they had found a power that could reshape the world. Winter was coming, but so too was the dawn. And Lyanna Stark, with her unlikely allies at her side, would meet it head-on, ready to write a new chapter in the history of Westeros, one of hope, courage, and the unbreakable bonds forged in the face of darkness. Story 2. The sun-scorched sands of Dorne shimmered like a sea of gold, concealing ancient secrets beneath their shifting dunes. In the heart of Sunspear, the ancestral seat of House Martell, a storm was brewing, one that would shake the very foundations of the Seven Kingdoms. Princess Arianne Martell's lifeless body lay sprawled across the marble floor of her solar, her golden gown stained crimson. The air was thick with the cloying scent of poison and the whispers of treachery. As the news of her mysterious demise spread like wildfire through the winding streets of the Shadow City, a young woman with eyes of obsidian and hair as wild as the desert winds felt her world shift beneath her feet. Elia Sand, bastard daughter of the Red Viper, stood in the dusty courtyard of the orphanage, she called home, her heart pounding with a mixture of grief and something else, something primal and ancient stirring in her blood. As she clenched her fists, the ground beneath her feet seemed to ripple, and from the cracks in the sun-baked earth emerged a dozen vipers, their scales glinting like polished onyx in the harsh Dornish sun. Elia gasped, stumbling backward as the serpents coiled around her ankles, their touch cool and somehow comforting. She looked up to see the wizened face of Magister Cavo, the keeper of the orphanage, watching her with eyes that held both fear and wonder. "The old magic awakens in you, child," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the hissing of the snakes. "The blood of Nymeria flows strong in your veins. Dorne has need of you now, more than ever." As night fell over Sunspear, Elia found herself sneaking through the shadowed corridors of the old palace, guided by Magister Cavo's cryptic instructions. The halls echoed with hushed conversations and the clinking of goblets as nobles from across Dorne gathered to mourn their fallen princess and to plot. Hidden behind a tapestry depicting the landing of Nymeria's 10,000 ships, Elia listened as voices filled with venom and ambition spoke of civil war, of centuries-old grudges, and of a power vacuum waiting to be filled. But beneath it all, she heard something else, whispers of a darkness gathering on the horizon, of an ancient evil stirring in the depths of the desert. As she slipped away, her mind reeling from all she had heard, Elia nearly collided with a figure cloaked in shadows. She found herself staring into eyes the color of burnished copper, belonging to a face both beautiful and deadly. "Well, well," purred the stranger, her voice smooth as silk. "What have we here?" "A little snake lost in the viper's nest." Elia's heart raced, but she stood her ground. "I am Elia Sand, daughter of Oberyn Martell." "And you are?" The woman's lips curved into a predatory smile. "I am Sorella, acolyte of the Citadel and keeper of secrets." "And you, my dear, are about to be swept up in a storm that will reshape the very face of Westeros over the next days, as Dorne teetered on the brink of chaos." Elia found herself drawn deeper into a web of intrigue and ancient magic. Sorella became her guide and confidant, teaching her to harness the power that flowed through her veins, the ability to command the deadly serpents of the desert, from the tiniest sand viper to the monstrous horned vipers that lurked in the deepest dunes. But with each passing night, Elia's dreams grew darker. She saw visions of a hooded figure wielding a blade that drank the very life from those it touched, of a temple hidden beneath the sands where acolytes in gray robes whispered prayers to a faceless god. The cult of the silent death, Sorella called them worshippers of the many-faced god who sought to plunge Dorne into chaos and harvest the souls of the fallen. As the factions of Dorne clashed in the streets and council chambers of Sunspear, Elia and Sorella embarked on a perilous journey deep into the heart of the desert. They sought the lost oasis of Zar Zindan, said to be the resting place of Nymeria's crown, an artifact of immense power that could unite the warring houses of Dorne and grant its wearer the strength to push back the encroaching darkness. Their path was fraught with danger. They battled sandstorms that sought to flay the flesh from their bones, outwitted bands of cutthroat mercenaries, and faced the temptations of mirages that promised water and salvation, only to lead them astray. But with each trial, Elia's power grew. The desert itself seemed to bend to her will, serpents rising from the sands to clear their path and guide them true. On the 7th day of their journey, as the twin moons of Dorne hung low and full in the sky, they crested a dune to find a sight that took their breath away. Before them lay a valley of lush greenery, fed by a spring of crystal clear water that bubbled up from the heart of the desert. And at its center, rising like a mirage made real, stood an ancient temple of red sandstone, its walls etched with the history of Dorne in flowing Rhoynish script. As they approached the temple, the ground began to tremble. From the sands erupted a creature of legend, a basilisk, its scales shimmering with deadly poison, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Elia felt fear grip her heart, but she stood her ground, calling upon the power that flowed through her veins. With a cry that echoed across the dunes, she reached out with her mind, feeling the pulse of every serpent for leagues around. The basilisk paused, its head cocked to one side as if listening to a voice only it could hear. Then, to Sorella's amazement, it bowed its great head, acknowledging Elia as a master of its kind. Inside the temple, they found chambers filled with treasures beyond imagining, tomes of forgotten lore, weapons forged in dragonfire, and artifacts that hummed with barely contained power. But it was in the innermost sanctum that they found what they sought: Nymeria's crown, a circlet of gold adorned with 9 shooting stars crafted from gems of deepest orange. As Elia lifted the crown, a vision overwhelmed her. She saw Dorne as it once was, and as it could be again, a land of plenty where water flowed freely and justice reigned. But she also saw the threat that loomed on the horizon, the cult of the Silent Death, their numbers growing, their influence spreading like a cancer through the heart of her homeland. With trembling hands, she placed the crown upon her brow. Power surged through her, ancient and terrible, the wisdom of 1,000 years flooding her mind. In that moment, she knew what must be done. The return to Sunspear was a blur of sand and sky, the basilisk bearing them across the dunes faster than any horse could gallop. They arrived to find the city in turmoil, the streets running red with the blood of rival factions. But as Elia stepped into the central square, the crown glowing upon her brow, a hush fell over the crowd. She spoke, her voice carrying to every corner of the city, ringing with the authority of Nymeria herself. She spoke of unity, of the threat that sought to destroy them all, of the need to set aside old grievances and stand together against the coming storm. And as she spoke, the people listened, nobles and commoners alike, feeling the truth of her words in their very bones. But even as hope began to bloom in the hearts of the Dornish people, a shadow fell across the sun. From the towers of the old palace emerged figures cloaked in gray, their faces hidden behind featureless masks. At their head strode a figure wielding a blade that seemed to drink in the very light around it, the leader of the cult of the Silent Death, come to claim the souls of Dorne for their dark god. What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Elia, crowned in gold and wreathed in serpents, faced off against the cult leader in a duel that shook the very foundations of Sunspear. Steel clashed against steel, magic crackled through the air, and the fate of Dorne hung in the balance. In the end, it was not strength of arms that won the day, but the power of unity. As Elia fought, the people of Dorne rallied behind her. Nobles who had been at each other's throats only hours before now stood shoulder to shoulder, pushing back the cultists with a fury born of desperation and hope. As the sun set on that fateful day, Elia stood victorious, the cult leader's mask shattered at her feet. The threat was not entirely vanquished. Pockets of the cult still lurked in the shadows of the realm, but Dorne was united once more, ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. In the days that followed, as the realm began the slow process of healing, Elia found herself at the center of a new council, one dedicated to bridging the divides that had for so long torn Dorne apart. The crown of Nymeria sat heavy upon her brow, a reminder of the responsibilities she now bore. But as she looked out over the sun-baked streets of Sunspear, at the people who now looked to her for guidance and protection, Elia Sand Bastard no longer, but a true daughter of Dorne, felt a sense of purpose that filled her very being. The road ahead would not be easy, but with the wisdom of the past and the strength of a united people, she knew that Dorne would weather any storm that came its way. And in the deepest depths of the desert, the basilisk raised its head and let out a roar that echoed across the dunes, a promise of protection, a warning to any who had threatened the realm, and a reminder that in Dorne, the old magic still flowed strong. Story 3. In the sweltering heat of Pentos, where the air hung heavy with the scent of spices and intrigue, Prince Daemon Targaryen stood at the edge of a crumbling balcony, his silver hair catching the last rays of the setting sun. Exiled by his own brother, the king of the Seven Kingdoms, Daemon's violet eyes smoldered with barely contained rage. Little did he know that fate was about to thrust him into an adventure that would challenge his very nature and the destiny of 2 continents. As night fell, a commotion erupted in the streets below. Cloaked figures darted through the shadows, pursued by the city guard. Daemon's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister. Among the fleeing shapes, a glint of gold caught his eye, an object wrapped in cloth, clutched tightly by one of the thieves. Without a second thought, Daemon vaulted over the balcony, landing gracefully on the cobblestones below. He gave chase, his dragon blood singing in his veins as he raced through the winding alleys of Pentos. The pursuit led him to the docks, where a ship with black sails awaited the thieves. As Demon closed in, the cloth fell away from the object, revealing a dragon egg of deepest crimson, veined with gold. The sight of it stirred something primal within him, a connection to his Valyrian heritage that he had long suppressed. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, snatching the egg from the thief's grasp. Just as they leaped aboard the ship, the vessel began to pull away from the dock, but Demon would not be denied. He sprinted along the pier and made a desperate leap, landing hard on the deck. As he rose to his feet, he found himself surrounded by a crew unlike any he had ever seen. Their skin was pale as milk, their eyes as black as pitch, and an aura of dark magic seemed to emanate from their very beings. At the helm stood a figure cloaked in shadows so deep they seemed to devour the light around them. The Shadow Lord, as Demon would come to know him, spoke in a voice that chilled the blood. The last dragon egg of House Targaryen. With it, we shall bring eternal night to both Essos and Westeros. Demon's mind raced. The egg in his possession was more than just a relic of his house. It was the key to a power that could reshape the world. As the ship sailed into the inky blackness of the narrow sea, he knew that his path to redemption and the fate of two continents now lay intertwined. Days turned to weeks as Demon found himself a prisoner aboard the Shadow Lord's vessel. He was kept alive only for his knowledge of dragon lore, which the dark sorcerer hoped to extract. But in the quiet moments between interrogations, Demon felt a stirring within the egg he had rescued. It pulsed with an inner fire, responding to his touch, his voice, his very essence. One moonless night, as the ship anchored off the coast of the Basilisk Isles, Demon seized his chance. Using all the cunning and skill that had once made him the most feared warrior in the Seven Kingdoms, he broke free from his bonds and reclaimed Dark Sister. In the ensuing chaos, he fought his way to the deck, the dragon egg clutched tightly to his chest. Cornered at the ship's prow, with the Shadow Lord's dark magic closing in, Demon made a leap of faith into the churning waters below. As he plunged into the depths, the egg in his arms began to crack. In that moment, suspended between life and death, Demon felt a surge of ancient power course through his veins. The egg shattered, and from it emerged a dragon of crimson and gold, no larger than a cat, but already breathing fire. Man and dragon burst from the waves, soaring into the star-studded sky. Demon named the creature Caraxes, after a legendary mount of old Valyria. As they flew, a bond formed between them, stronger than any demon had ever known. He realized that this was not just a beast, but a companion that would stand by him through the trials to come. Their journey took them across Essos, from the verdant hills of Andal to the windswept plains of the Dothraki Sea. Everywhere they went, Demon heard whispers of the Shadow Lord's growing power. Pirates and sellswords flocked to his banner, drawn by promises of plunder and dark gifts. Shadows lengthened across the land, and an unnatural chill crept into the air, even in the hottest climes. As Caraxes grew, so too did Demon's resolve. The exiled prince who had once dreamed only of reclaiming his birthright now saw a greater purpose before him. He began to gather allies of his own disgraced knights, exiled nobles, and even a red priestess of R'hllor who saw in Demon the promise of a hero reborn. Their quest led them to the ruins of Old Guise, where ancient texts spoke of a weapon that could turn back the tide of darkness. In crumbling temples and half-buried libraries, Demon and his companions pieced together the legend of the Lightbringer, a sword of living flame that had once been wielded by Azor Ahai to drive back the long night. But the Shadow Lord was ever at their heels. In a heart-stopping battle amidst the shattered colonnades of a forgotten palace, Demon came face to face with his nemesis. The air crackled with fell energies as dark sorcery clashed with dragon fire. It was only through the combined efforts of Demon, Caraxes, and the Red Priestess that they were able to drive back the Shadow Lord and his minions. Wounded but unbowed, Demon knew that the final confrontation was yet to come. The Shadow Lord's fleet was massing in the Stepstones, poised to strike at both Essos and Westeros. With Caraxes now large enough to ride, Demon gathered his allies and set out to meet this threat head-on. The battle that followed would be sung of for generations to come. Dragons wheeled in the sky, their flames cutting through the unnatural darkness that shrouded the stepstone. On the decks of ships and rocky outcrops, knights and sellswords clashed in desperate combat. And at the heart of it all, Demon faced the Shadow Lord in single combat. As Dark Sister met the Shadow Lord's blade of black ice, Demon felt the weight of his past sins and the promise of redemption hanging in the balance. With every stroke, he fought not just for himself, but for the realm he had once scorned, for the people he had sworn to protect. In the moment of his greatest need, when all seemed lost, Demon's sword burst into flames. The Lightbringer, reborn in the hands of a prince who had finally understood the true meaning of duty and sacrifice. With a cry that echoed across the ages, Demon struck down the Shadow Lord, dispelling the darkness that had threatened to engulf the world. As dawn broke over the stepstones, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Demon stood victorious, but changed. The arrogant prince who had been exiled from Westeros was gone, replaced by a leader tempered by trials and awakened to a greater purpose. Word of his deeds spread quickly across both continents. In King's Landing, the King Demon's brother received the news with a mixture of pride and trepidation. The realm had been saved, but at what cost to the balance of power? Demon, for his part, had no interest in reclaiming his place in the Seven Kingdoms. With Caraxes at his side and a band of loyal companions around him, he set his sights on the horizon. There were other threats to face, other wrongs to right, and perhaps in time, he would find a way to truly bridge the gap between Essos and Westeros, between the world of men and the realms of magic. As Caraxes spread his wings and took to the skies once more, Demon felt a sense of peace he had never known before. The path of redemption was long, but for the first time in his life, he knew he was on the right course. With fire in his veins and a reforged purpose in his heart, the dragon rider of Pentos soared towards his next adventure, ready to face whatever challenges the future might hold. Story 4. In the sun-drenched halls of Sunspear, where the scent of citrus and spice danced on the warm breeze, Lady Arya Martell stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. The words she had just overheard echoed in her mind, a sinister plot that threatened to plunge the Seven Kingdoms into chaos. The assassination of the king was imminent, and with it, the realm would be engulfed in a war that would leave no house untouched. As the gravity of the situation settled upon her shoulders, Arya knew she had to act. But before she could warn anyone, a flicker of movement caught her eye. She had been discovered. With the grace of a sand viper, Arya slipped away into the shadows, her mind racing to formulate a plan. Under the cover of darkness, she fled Sunspear, leaving behind the only home she had ever known. The conspirators would stop at nothing to silence her, and Arya realized with a heavy heart that she could trust no one, not even her own family. Her path led her north, to the vast expanse of the Kingswood, where ancient trees whispered secrets of a time long past. It was there, in the heart of the forest, that Arya's destiny took an unexpected turn. As she rested beneath the sprawling branches of a weirwood tree, its blood-red leaves rustling in an otherworldly breeze, she felt a presence watching her. Emerald eyes gleamed from the underbrush, and a small, lithe figure emerged, a child of the forest, a being thought to exist only in legend. The child, who called herself Leaf, spoke in a voice that seemed to resonate from the very earth itself. "We have been waiting for you, Arya of House Martell. The old gods have shown us your coming." Bewildered but intrigued, Arya followed Leaf deeper into the forest, to a hidden grove where the air hummed with ancient magic. There, she learned of a prophecy that spoke of a great darkness threatening to consume the realm, a force far more insidious than the political machinations of men. As Leaf taught Arya the long-forgotten magic of the children, the young Dornish woman began to see the world through new eyes. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and to glimpse fragments of past and future in the ripples of still pools. But even as Arya immersed herself in this mystical world, she knew that she could not ignore the threat to the realm. The conspiracy she had uncovered was but a piece of a larger puzzle, one that threatened not just the king, but the very balance between the world of men and the forces of nature. It was during this time of learning and reflection that fate brought another unexpected ally into Arya's path. Sir Jaime Lannister, once the pride of the Kingsguard, now a man seeking redemption for past misdeeds, stumbled into the sacred grove, pursued by those who sought to eliminate all threats to their plan. At first, Arya was wary of the disgraced knight, her Dornish blood crying out against trusting a Lannister. But as they fought side by side against their pursuers, she saw in Jaime a kindred spirit, someone who understood the weight of expectation and the desire to forge one's own path. Together, Arya and Jaime embarked on a perilous journey across the Seven Kingdoms, guided by the cryptic visions granted by the old gods. They traveled from the frost-covered lands beyond the Wall to the sun-bleached shores of the Summer Sea, piecing together the fragments of an ancient prophecy that spoke of a curse laid upon the land in the dawn of days. Their quest led them to forgotten ruins and hidden sanctuaries, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true nature of the threat they faced. Along the way, they gathered a band of unlikely allies, a wildling spearwife with the gift of greensight, a Mester who had turned his back on the Citadel to pursue forbidden knowledge, and a Sellsword with a heart of gold hidden beneath a gruff exterior. As they unraveled the mystery, Arya and Jaime found themselves drawn closer together, their initial mistrust giving way to a deep bond forged in the fires of adversity. Yet both knew that their growing feelings had to be set aside for the greater good of the realm. Their journey culminated in a return to King's Landing, the very heart of the conspiracy they had sought to unravel. But the city they found was a far cry from the bustling capital they remembered. A pall of unnatural darkness hung over the streets, and an eerie silence had replaced the usual cacophony of urban life. In the depths of the Red Keep, Arya and Jaime confronted the mastermind behind the plot, a shadowy figure who had woven threads of dark magic into the very fabric of the realm. The ensuing battle was as much a clash of wills as it was of steel and sorcery. As Arya called upon the ancient magic of the children, and Jaime fought with all the skill that had once made him the greatest swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms, they realized that the true power to break the curse lay not in force of arms, but in the strength of the bond between them. In a moment of clarity, Arya understood what needed to be done. With Jaime by her side, she approached the heart of the darkness, a swirling vortex of malevolent energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. Drawing upon every lesson Leaf had taught her, every whisper of the weirwoods, Arya began to sing. It was a song of life and renewal, of the turning of seasons and the eternal dance between man and nature. As her voice rose, joined by Jaime's and then by their companions, the darkness began to recede. The curse, born of ancient grudges and the arrogance of men who sought to control forces beyond their understanding, slowly unraveled. As dawn broke over King's Landing, bathing the city in golden light, Arya and Jaime stood hand in hand, forever changed by their journey. The conspiracy had been thwarted, the curse lifted, but both knew that their work was far from over. In the days that followed, as the Seven Kingdoms struggled to come to terms with the events that had transpired, Arya and Jaime found themselves at the forefront of a new era. With the knowledge and power they had gained, they set about bridging the gap between the old ways and the new, between the magic of the children and the ambitions of men. Arya, once the impulsive daughter of House Martell, now stood as a beacon of wisdom and compassion, her connection to the old gods tempering the fire of her Dornish blood. Jaime, freed from the weight of his past, dedicated himself to becoming the true knight he had always aspired to be, his sword now a tool for protection rather than destruction. Together, they worked to create a realm where the whispers of the weirwoods were heeded, where the balance between man and nature was respected. It was a daunting task, filled with challenges and setbacks, but as they looked into each other's eyes, Arya and Jaime knew that they had found something worth fighting for, not just in the realm they sought to protect, but in each other. And so, as the wheel of time continued to turn, the tale of the Dornish princess and the Golden Knight became legend, a story of love, redemption, and the enduring power of harmony between the old world and the new. In the rustling of leaves and the singing of streams, their saga lived on, a testament to the magic that exists in the hearts of those brave enough to listen to the whispers of the weirwood. Story 5. in the mist-shrouded peaks of the Mountains of the Moon, where ancient winds whispered secrets of forgotten ages, young Robin Arryn stood at the precipice of destiny. The Lord of the Eyrie, barely a man grown, gazed into the yawning chasm before him, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. For weeks, he had dreamed of this place, a hidden entrance veiled by cascading waterfalls, promising mysteries beyond imagination. With trembling hands, Robin reached out to touch the slick, moss-covered rocks. As his fingers brushed against an ancient carving, the stone beneath his feet shifted, and he found himself plummeting into darkness. The fall seemed endless, yet strangely controlled, as if unseen hands were guiding his descent. When at last he landed, soft as a feather on a bed of luminescent fungi, Robin found himself in a vast cavern that defied belief. Towering columns of crystal stretched towards a ceiling lost in shadows, while rivers of molten silver flowed through channels carved by time itself. And there, in the heart of this underground wonder, stood a city that should not exist, a metropolis of gleaming white stone and soaring spires that spoke of a civilization lost to the ages. As Robin cautiously approached the city's gates, figures emerged from the shadows, tall, proud, with eyes that held the wisdom of millennia. These were the last of the Andals, their voices a melody of ancient tongues, as they welcomed the young lord to Andalheart, the hidden heart of their people. In the days that followed, Robin immersed himself in a world he had never imagined could exist. He learned of the Andals' history, of their flight from Essos and the secret haven they had carved beneath the mountain. The city was a testament to their ingenuity and magic, preserved through the ages by powerful enchantments and the strength of their bloodlines. But even as Robin marveled at the wonders of Andalheart, he sensed an undercurrent of unease among its inhabitants. In hushed whispers and furtive glances, he caught glimpses of a growing fear, a threat that loomed over this hidden realm. It was Alara, a young Andal scholar with eyes like starlight, who finally revealed the truth to Robin. Deep within the mountain's heart, in a chamber older than Andalheart itself, an ancient evil stirred. A dragon of ice, the last of its kind, had slumbered there since the Age of Heroes. Now, as the world above grew warmer, and the magic that bound it weakened, the creature was beginning to awaken. The revelation shook Robin to his core. He knew the tales of dragons, of course the beasts that had brought House Targaryen to power and nearly destroyed the Seven Kingdoms. But a dragon of ice? It seemed impossible, yet the fear in Alara's eyes told him it was all too real. As if in response to this newfound knowledge, a tremor shook the cavern, sending cascades of crystal dust raining down upon the city. The dragon was stirring, and time was running short. Robin knew he had to act, not just for the sake of the Andals, but for the entire Vale and perhaps all of Westeros. Yet he was painfully aware of his own limitations, a young lord more accustomed to the politics of the Eyrie than the stuff of legend. It was then that an unlikely ally arrived in Andalheart. Esser Harold Harding, Robin's distant cousin and heir presumptive, had followed the young lord's trail into the mountains. Initially suspicious of the hidden city and its inhabitants, Harold soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Together, Robin and Harold began to formulate a plan. They would need to unite the Andals of Andalheart with the forces of the Vale above, bridging a divide that had existed for thousands of years. It was a monumental task, fraught with centuries of mistrust and secrecy. As they worked to build alliances, Robin and Alara delved deep into the ancient libraries of Andalheart, searching for any knowledge that might help them face the awakening dragon. They uncovered tales of first men heroes who had fought such beasts, of magical weapons forged in the fires of the earth and tempered in the icy winds of winter. Meanwhile, Harold traveled back to the surface, gathering the lords of the Vale in secret councils. He spoke of the threat that lay beneath their feet, of the need for unity in the face of an enemy out of legend. Many scoffed, calling him mad or power-hungry, but a few, those who had felt the tremors and seen the unnatural mists rising from the mountains, listened. As the days turned to weeks, the tremors grew more frequent, more violent. In the depths of the mountain, the dragon's icy breath began to freeze the rivers of silver, creeping ever closer to the walls of Andalheart. It was in this moment of desperation that Robin made a fateful decision. In the highest tower of Andal, where the Andal kings of old had ruled their hidden realm, he found an artifact of immense power, the crown of first light, said to have been forged from a fallen star in the earliest days of the world. With trembling hands, Robin placed the crown upon his brow. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Knowledge of ages past flooded his mind, and he saw with clarity the path that lay before them. Calling together the Andals and the Lords of the Vale, Robin spoke with a voice that echoed with the power of ancient kings. He told of the dragon's awakening, of the threat it posed not just to their lands, but to the delicate balance of the world itself. And he spoke of hope of a way to bind the beast once more, not through violence, but through a union of the old magic and the new. As the dragon of ice finally broke free from its eons-long slumber, shattering the heart of the mountain with its roar, Robin led a company of the bravest warriors from both realms to face it. Harold, with his martial prowess, and Elara, with her deep knowledge of Andal lore, stood by his side. The battle that followed would be sung of for generations to come. The dragon's icy breath froze men where they stood, its scales impervious to steel and flame alike. But Robin, guided by the wisdom granted by the crown of first light, wove a spell of binding, drawing upon the strength of the mountain itself and the collective will of those who fought beside him. As the spell took hold, the dragon thrashed and roared, its power slowly being contained. In a final desperate gambit, Robin removed the crown from his own head and, with a mighty throw, cast it into the dragon's maw. There was a blinding flash, a sound like the shattering of 1,000 glaciers, and then silence. When the dust settled and vision returned, the dragon of ice stood motionless, transformed into a colossal statue of purest crystal. The crown of first light gleamed at its heart, a beacon of hope and a reminder of the price of victory. In the days that followed, as Andals and Valemen alike emerged from the depths of the mountain, a new era dawned for the Vale. Robin Arryn, forever changed by his experiences, ruled with a wisdom beyond his years. Andal was no longer hidden, but became a place of learning and cooperation between the two peoples. And there, in the great cavern that had nearly become their tomb, the crystal dragon stood watch, a testament to the power of unity, the strength found in embracing one's heritage, and the enduring spirit of those who dared to face the impossible. As for Robin, he often stood before the dragon, the weight of his experiences etched upon his young face. He knew that this was but one chapter in the grand tapestry of history, and that the echoes of Andal's heart would resonate through the ages, a reminder that even in the darkest depths, hope and light could be found. Story 6. The salt-laden winds howled across the Iron Islands, carrying with them the whispers of ancient sea gods and the promise of storms to come. On the rocky shores of Pike, where the Greyjoy stronghold stood defiant against the relentless assault of the waves, a lone figure watched the roiling sea with eyes as gray and tempestuous as the waters before him. Theon Greyjoy, heir to the Salt Throne, had returned from exile, his heart as turbulent as the seas that surrounded his ancestral home. The taste of salt on his lips was both familiar and foreign, a reminder of the years he had spent away from the iron and rock that had forged his people. As he stood atop the windswept cliffs, the screech of a gull caught his attention. But this was no ordinary bird's cry. It was deeper, more resonant, carrying with it an otherworldly timbre that sent a shiver down Theon's spine. He turned, his eyes widening as he beheld a sight that defied belief. There, perched atop a jagged spire of rock, sat a creature of legend, a storm petrel thrice the size of any he had ever seen, its feathers shimmering with an iridescent blue that seemed to capture the very essence of the sea. Its eyes, black as the depths of the ocean, fixed upon Theon with an intelligence that spoke of ancient wisdom and terrible secrets. The bird opened its beak, and to Theon's astonishment, words emerged, carried on the wind like the song of the tide. Theon of House Greyjoy, it intoned, its voice reminiscent of waves crashing against the shore. Your return marks the beginning of a great and terrible change. The sea stirs with forgotten magic, and the horn that can command dragons has awakened. Before Theon could respond, the storm petrel spread its magnificent wings and took flight, disappearing into the gathering storm clouds. Left alone with this portentous message, Theon felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders like a sodden cloak. His return to the great hall of Pike was met with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity from his fellow Ironborn. But it was the sight of the man seated upon the salt throne that caused Theon's blood to run cold. Euron Greyjoy, his uncle, the man known as Crow's Eye, leered down at him with a single piercing blue eye. "Welcome home, nephew." Euron's voice slithered through the hall like an eel through dark waters. "Come to claim your birthright, have you?" Theon stood tall, fighting against the instinct to shrink away from his uncle's malevolent gaze. "I have come to serve the Iron Islands, uncle, to help our people reclaim their rightful place in the world." Euron's laughter was like the cracking of ice. "Oh, but we shall claim far more than that, boy." With a flourish, he produced an object that sent gasps rippling through the assembled Ironborn, a massive horn, black as night, and bound with bands of red gold and dark steel. Valyrian glyphs glowed along its surface, pulsing with an inner fire. "Behold," Euron crowed, "the dragonbinder. With this, we shall command the greatest beasts in the world and bring the green lands to their knees." As the hall erupted in raucous cheers, Theon felt a chill of foreboding. The storm petrel's warning echoed in his mind, and he knew that his path forward would be as treacherous as the waters surrounding the Iron Islands. In the days that followed, Theon found an unlikely ally in Yara, his sister, who shared his misgivings about Huron's plan. Together, they sought out the wisdom of the drowned men, the priests of the drowned god, hoping to find a way to counter the dark magic of the dragonbinder. It was during one such meeting, in a sea cave carved by millennia of relentless tides, that Theon encountered her, a woman with hair, the color of sea foam, and eyes that seemed to hold the depths of the ocean within them. She introduced herself as Mara, a renegade priestess of the drowned god, cast out for daring to challenge the old ways. "The storm comes," Mara warned, her voice carrying the power of crashing waves. "Not just of wind and rain, but of magic long forgotten. The horn your uncle wields is but one piece of a greater puzzle. To save your people, you must seek the Trident of Storms." And so began a perilous journey that would take Theon, Yara, and Mara beyond the known waters of Westeros. They sailed past the ruins of Valyria, where the very air shimmered with lingering magic, and the cries of stone men echoed across desolate shores. They braved the smoking sea, where kraken tentacles large enough to crush ships rose from boiling waters. At each step of their journey, Theon felt himself changing, the salt and iron in his blood awakening to something greater. He found he could sense the moods of the sea, could call forth mists to shroud their ship from prying eyes, could even communicate with the creatures of the deep in a language of currents and tides. Their quest led them to the fabled Isle of Faces, where the last of the green men guarded the wisdom of the children of the forest. There, in a grove of weirwood trees whose faces wept sap red as blood, Theon learned the true nature of the Trident of Storms, a weapon forged in the days when the first men and the children stood united against the long night. "But beware," the ancient green man cautioned, his voice like the rustling of leaves, "for the trident demands a price. To wield it is to become one with the sea itself, to surrender a part of your humanity to the depths." Armed with this knowledge, Theon and his companions sailed into waters uncharted, guided by Mara's visions and the ever-present storm petrel that seemed to watch over their journey. They battled sirens whose songs threatened to lure them to their doom, outwitted pirates who sought to claim their quest for their own, and navigated maelstroms that defied the laws of nature. At last, they reached the Eye of the Storm, a perpetual maelstrom at the heart of the Sunset Sea, where legend said the drowned god himself dwelt. As their ship was pulled inexorably towards the center of the vortex, Theon made a choice that would forever alter the course of his life and the fate of the Iron Islands. With a prayer to both the old gods and the new, he dove into the swirling waters. The cold hit him like 1,000 knives, the current threatening to tear him apart. But as he sank deeper, a strange calm overtook him. The waters parted, revealing a cavern glowing with bioluminescent life, and there, embedded in a throne of coral, sat the Trident of Storms. As Theon's hand closed around the weapon's shaft, he felt the full weight of its power course through him. Memories not his own flooded his mind, battles against creatures of ice and shadow, the rising and falling of empires, the very shaping of the world by wind and wave. He saw the truth of Euron's plans, the devastation that would be wrought if the Dragonbender were used to enslave the dragons of Daenerys Targaryen. When Theon emerged from the eye of the storm, he was changed. His hair had turned the color of sea foam, his eyes now held the depths of the ocean, and in his hand he wielded the Trident of Storms, a weapon of terrible power and ancient magic. The return to the Iron Islands was marked by a storm, the like of which had never been seen. Theon stood at the prow of their ship, the trident raised high, commanding the very elements themselves. Waves taller than the highest towers of Pike crashed against the shore, and lightning split the sky in a display of nature's fury. In the great hall of Pike, Euron Greyjoy prepared to sound the Dragonbender, to call forth dragons from across the narrow sea. But as the horn touched his lips, Theon burst through the doors, the storm following in his wake. What followed was a battle, not just of strength, but of will and magic. Euron's dark sorcery clashed against the primal power of the sea that now flowed through Theon's veins. The very foundations of Pike shook as uncle and nephew fought for the future of the Iron Islands, and perhaps the world itself. In the end, it was not might alone that won the day, but the choice Theon made. Realizing the full cost of wielding such power, he turned the trident upon the Dragonbender itself. With a crack that echoed across the seas, the horn shattered, its dark magic dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Euron, his plans in ruins, fought with the desperation of a cornered animal. But against the combined might of Theon, Yara, and the Ironborn who had come to see the truth of their madness, he stood no chance. The crow's eye fell, cast down from the very cliffs of Pike to the hungry seas below. As dawn broke over the Iron Islands, Theon stood upon the shores, the Trident of Storms planted in the sand beside him. The storm had passed, but its echoes remained in the changed landscape of the Isles, in the hearts of the Ironborn who had witnessed the power of the old magics, and in Theon himself. He knew that the path ahead would not be easy. The Iron Islands would need to forge a new way, one that honored their traditions while embracing a future where they stood as equals among the nations of Westeros. But as he looked out over the now calm seas, Theon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands and wielder of the Trident of Storms, felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For he was Ironborn, tempered by salt and storm, and in his veins flowed the power of the sea itself. The song of the tide was his to command, and with it he would write a new chapter in the history of his people, one of hope, redemption, and the enduring strength of those forged by iron and wave. Story 7. The wind howled through the icy spires of the wall, carrying with it the whispers of ancient magic and the promise of a winter unlike any other. Atop the colossal structure of ice and stone, Allie's Snow stood sentinel, her black cloak whipping around her lithe frame as she gazed out over the haunted forest beyond. The young ranger's breath frosted in the air, forming ethereal patterns that danced before her eyes like portents of things to come. As the pale light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Allie's noticed something strange. A faint blue glow emanated from the base of the wall, pulsing like a heartbeat of some great, slumbering beast. Curiosity overcoming caution, she descended the treacherous ice steps, her gloved hand trailing along the frigid surface of humanity's last defense against the terrors of the far north. At the base of the wall, hidden behind a curtain of icicles, Allie's discovered a narrow fissure. The blue light spilled from within, beckoning her forward with an otherworldly allure. Taking a deep breath, she squeezed through the opening, finding herself in a passageway that seemed to predate the wall itself. The air grew warmer as Allie's ventured deeper, the ice giving way to ancient stonework adorned with symbols she had never seen before. Roots as thick as a man's arm wound their way through the tunnel, pulsing with that same ethereal blue light. As she rounded a corner, Allie's gasped, her eyes widening in wonder and disbelief. Before her stretched a vast underground chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows high above. At its center stood an enormous weirwood tree, its bark white as bone, and its leaves a vibrant red that seemed to glow in the dim light. But it was the figures gathered around the tree that truly took Allie's breath away. They were small, no taller than children, with nut-brown skin and eyes that glowed like molten gold. The children of the forest, Creatures of legend thought long extinct turned as one to face the intruder in their sacred grove. "Welcome, Allies Snow," spoke one of the children, her voice like the rustling of leaves in an autumn breeze. "We have awaited your coming for 1,000 years." Stunned, Allies could only stammer, "How do you know my name? What is this place?" The child who had spoken stepped forward, her movements graceful and alien. "I am Leaf, last of the Green Seers. This is the heart of winter, the place where the magic that holds back the long night was first woven. And you, Allies Snow, are the key to preserving that magic." Over the next hours, Allies learned of an ancient prophecy and a terrible threat looming on the horizon. The magical barrier that had kept the others at bay for millennia was weakening, and without intervention, it would soon fail entirely. The children of the forest had used the last of their power to create this hidden sanctuary and to reach out through time and space to guide Allies to this moment. "But why me?" Allies asked, her head spinning with the weight of destiny suddenly thrust upon her shoulders. Leaf's golden eyes seemed to peer into Allies' very soul. "Because in your veins flows the blood of both the first men and the children of the forest. You are the bridge between two worlds, the only one who can renew the ancient pact and strengthen the magic that protects the realms of men." As Allies absorbed this earth-shattering revelation, a tremor ran through the chamber. Dust and small stones rained down from above, and the blue light pulsing through the roots grew erratic. "The others sense our presence," Leaf said urgently. "You must return to the world above, Allies Snow. Gather allies, for you cannot face this threat alone. When the time comes, you must bring them here, to the heart of winter, where the final battle will be fought with a heavy heart and a mind reeling from all she had learned." Allies bid farewell to the children of the forest and made her way back to the surface. As she emerged from the hidden passage, she found the wall in chaos. Her fellow rangers spoke of strange lights in the sky and an unnatural cold that seemed to seep into their very bones. Knowing she had no time to lose, Allies set out on a perilous journey. She traveled south, braving blizzards and ice spiders, to seek audience with the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. From there, her quest took her even further, to the halls of Winterfell, where she pleaded her case before the Warden of the North. But convincing the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms of the threat that loomed beyond the wall proved no easy task. Many dismissed her tale as the ravings of a madwoman or a wilding trick. It was only when the signs became too obvious to ignore, when the dead began to rise in the far north and ancient ice dragons were seen soaring over the Frostfangs, that the realms of men began to take heed. As the years passed, Allies became a legend in her own right. She rode from castle to castle, from the swamps of the Neck to the sun-baked deserts of Dorne, gathering allies and resources for the coming war. She learned to harness the latent magic in her blood, communing with the old gods through the weirwood trees, and seeing glimpses of both past and future in her dreams. But for every victory, there was a setback. The Night King, leader of the others, seemed always one step ahead, his army of the dead growing with each passing day. Allies watched in horror as entire villages fell to the advancing tide of winter, their inhabitants rising again with eyes of piercing blue. It was in her darkest hour, as hope seemed to fade like the last embers of a dying fire, that Allies made a startling discovery. Deep in the crypts of Winterfell, hidden behind the statue of a long-dead Stark king, she found an ancient artifact, the Horn of Winter, said to have the power to bring down the wall itself. With this newfound weapon and a coalition of the living Northmen, wildlings, and even a contingent of dragons led by a silver-haired queen from across the narrow sea, Allies led the charge back to the wall. The battle that followed was the stuff of legend, a clash of ice and fire that would be sung of for generations to come. As the armies clashed beneath a sky alight with dragon fire, Allies fought her way back to the hidden passage she had discovered so long ago. With a select group of companions, a noble knight from the south, a grizzled wilding chieftain, and a red priestess whose eyes glowed with inner flame, she descended once more into the heart of winter. There, before the ancient weirwood tree, Allies faced her destiny. The Night King himself awaited them, his icy blade gleaming with malevolent purpose. As her companions held off the horde of wights that poured into the chamber, allies engaged in a duel that would decide the fate of all Westeros. Steel clashed against ice, sparks flying as two primal forces collided. Allies felt the magic in her blood sing, channeling the power of the old gods and the children of the forest. With a final, desperate lunge, she drove her dragon-glass dagger into the Night King's chest. For a moment, all was still. Then, with a sound like shattering glaciers, the Night King exploded into 1,000 shards of ice. A shockwave of pure magic erupted from the point of impact, racing outward through the roots of the weirwood tree and up into the world above. As allies collapsed, exhausted and wounded, she saw through the eyes of 1,000 ravens. Across the north, the army of the dead crumbled to dust. The unnatural winter that had gripped the land began to recede, and for the first time in years, a warm breeze blew from the south. In the days that followed, as the realm celebrated its salvation, allies returned to the hidden chamber beneath the wall. The children of the forest were gone, having used the last of their magic to bolster the spell that now protected the realms of men. But their legacy lived on in allies and in the renewed connection between mankind and the natural world. As she placed her hand upon the trunk of the great weirwood tree, Alli's Snow Ranger of the Night's Watch, savior of the Seven Kingdoms, and bridge between two worlds, felt a profound sense of peace. The long night had been averted, but she knew her work was far from over. For as long as the wall stood and the memory of the others lingered, there would always be a need for those who walked the line between light and darkness, between the world of men and the realms of magic. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit tempered by trials unimaginable, Alice Snow took up her watch once more, guardian of a secret as old as time itself, protector of the dawn that had been so dearly won. Story 8. The ruins of King's Landing smoldered under a blood-red sky, the once proud city now a graveyard of shattered dreams and broken stone. Through the haze of ash and smoke, a lone figure picked his way through the debris-strewn streets, his calloused hands clenched into fists at his sides. Gendry Baratheon, bastard son of a dead king, felt the weight of destiny pressing down upon him with each step he took. As he approached the twisted remains of the great Sept of Baelor, a glint of something caught his eye. There, half buried beneath a fallen statue of the warrior, lay an object that seemed to pulse with an inner light. Gendry's heart quickened as he brushed away the debris, revealing a dragon egg of deepest obsidian, its surface etched with veins of molten gold. The moment his fingers touched the egg's smooth surface, a jolt of energy surged through him. Visions flashed before his eyes, a stag crowned in flames, a hammer that forged the very fabric of reality, and a throne made not of swords, but of the hopes and dreams of a people long forgotten. A voice, ancient and powerful, echoed in his mind. Arise, Gendry Stormbringer, last of the true Baratheons. Your destiny awaits. As the vision faded, Gendry found himself on his knees, the dragon egg clutched to his chest. He knew, with a certainty that defied explanation, that his life would never be the same. In the days that followed, as the survivors of King's Landing struggled to rebuild, Gendry was plagued by dreams of fire and destiny. He saw a realm torn apart by strife, its people crying out for a leader to guide them from the darkness. And always, at the edge of his vision, he glimpsed a figure crowned in flames, wielding a hammer that could reshape the very world. Guided by these visions, Gendry set out on a journey that would take him to the farthest corners of Westeros. He traveled to Storm's End, ancestral seat of House Baratheon, where he claimed his father's warhammer and felt the storm-wrought magic of his bloodline awaken within him. In the haunted ruins of Summerhall, he uncovered ancient texts that spoke of the Valyrian blood that flowed through the veins of House Baratheon, a legacy of dragon tamers and firebloods long forgotten. And in the shadow of the lonely light, westernmost of the Iron Islands, he met an exile from Ashe who taught him the secrets of blood magic and the true nature of the dragon egg he carried. As Gendry's power grew, so too did the whispers of his deed. Tales spread of a young lord with eyes like storm-tossed seas, who could call lightning from clear skies, and whose hammer struck with the force of thunder. Some called him savior, others usurper, but none could deny the change he brought wherever he went. In the north, he brokered peace between the mountain clans, his words carrying the weight of ancient oaths renewed. In the Riverlands, He helped rebuild villages destroyed by war, his hammer now a tool of creation rather than destruction. And in the Vale, he uncovered a plot by ambitious lords to plunge the realm back into chaos, his justice as swift and unstoppable as a summer storm. But for every ally Gendry gained, an enemy arose to challenge him. The remnants of the Faith Militant, led by a charismatic septon named Lucian the Luminous, denounced him as a demon in human flesh. Sellsword companies from across the narrow sea, sensing opportunity in the fractured kingdoms, flocked to the banners of rival claimants. And always lurking in the shadows were the whispers of a threat from the east, a colossus of unprecedented size, led by a young Khal who claimed to be the reincarnation of Drogo the Undefeated. As the realm teetered on the brink of another devastating war, Gendry knew the time had come to fulfill his destiny. With his most trusted companions Arya Stark, the wolf-blooded assassin, Esser Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight of unwavering loyalty, and Miss Arya, the Shadowbinder from Ashe, he journeyed to the heart of the Kingswood. There, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, Gendry planted his father's warhammer in the soft earth and placed the dragon egg atop it. As he began to chant in High Valyrian, words of power he had learned in his travels, the air grew thick with magic. Lightning split the sky, striking the hammer again and again. The dragon egg began to glow, cracks appearing along its surface. And as Gendry's chant reached its crescendo, the egg burst open in an explosion of fire and shadow. From the flames emerged a dragon, unlike any seen since the days of old Valyria. Its scales were the deep blue-black of a storm-tossed sea, shot through with veins of gold that pulsed like lightning. Its eyes, when they fixed upon Gendry, held the wisdom of ages and the raw power of a tempest unleashed. As he placed his hand upon the dragon's snout, feeling the heat of its breath and the thrum of magic beneath its scales, Gendry knew that the final phase of his journey had begun. With Stormbringer, for so he named the dragon, at his side, he set out to unite the Seven Kingdoms under a single banner once more. The battles that followed would be sung of for generations to come. Gendry, astride Stormbringer, led the charge against the Dothraki horde that threatened the eastern shores. Lightning rained down upon the colossus, and the thunder of dragon wings sent horses mad with terror. In the south, he faced the armies of Dorne and the Reach, who sought to carve out kingdoms of their own. But faced with the awe-inspiring sight of a Baratheon riding a dragon into battle, wielding a hammer wreathed in lightning, many chose to bend the knee rather than face annihilation. The final confrontation came at the gates of King's Landing itself, where Lucian the Luminous had installed himself as High Septon and de facto ruler of the city. As Gendry approached, riding Stormbringer and flanked by an army that included Northmen, Valemen, and even a contingent of Unsullied who had chosen to follow him, he felt the weight of history upon his shoulders. Lucian, his eyes blazing with fanatical fervor, denounced Gendry as a pretender and abomination. But as he railed against the demon spawn before him, the sky darkened and the air crackled with electricity. Gendry raised his hammer high, and with a deafening crack, a bolt of lightning struck the High Septon where he stood. In the stunned silence that followed, Gendry's voice rang out, clear and strong. "I am Gendry Baratheon, son of Robert, blood of the dragon and storm. I come not to conquer, but to heal, to rebuild, to forge a new future for all the people of Westeros." One by one, the defenders of the city laid down their arms. The great gates swung open, and Gendry entered King's Landing not as a conqueror, but as a leader welcomed by a people desperate for peace and stability. In the years that followed, Gendry worked tirelessly to rebuild not just the city, but the entire realm. He forged new alliances, brokered peace between ancient enemies, and used the power of his dragon and his own innate magic to bring prosperity to lands long ravaged by war and winter. The Iron Throne, that symbol of conquest and division, was melted down. In its place, Gendry commissioned a new seat of power, a throne of hammered steel and storm-forged glass, etched with runes of protection and unity. It stood as a testament to the new era he sought to build, one of cooperation rather than subjugation. And always by his side was Stormbringer, the dragon that had become as much a symbol of hope and renewal as it was of power. Together, they soared above the realm, a living reminder of the magic that still existed in the world and the potential for greatness that lay within every person, no matter how humble their beginnings. As Gendry stood upon the balcony of the newly rebuilt Red Keep, gazing out over a city and a kingdom reborn, he felt a sense of peace he had never known before. The journey had been long and fraught with peril, but at last he had found his true purpose. He was Gendry Stormbringer, the Blacksmith King, forger of a new destiny for Westeros. And as the sun set behind him, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, he knew that the greatest chapters of his story, and that of the realm he now guided, were yet to be written.